Good evening. I'd like to convene this meeting of Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority for Wednesday, December 14th. Why don't we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? It seems particularly appropriate after what's happened in the last month. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The roll, please.
Chair Sinks.
Here.
Vice Chair Rennie.
Here.
Director Bruins. Director Harpootlian. Alternate Director Yulo. Director McAllister.
Here.
Director Miller. Director Griffith.
Here.
Director Gibbons.
Here.
And approaching, I see we have Director Simidian. And I'll note that Director Harney and Director Craig are absent this evening.
It's an excellent attendance for a mid-December meeting, so I thank everybody for being here. We'll next move to public comment on matters not on the agenda. So anybody who has a comment on any item not on the agenda, we'd like to hear from you now. If you'd have a card. Anybody? Seeing none, I will close public comment for this evening. And I'd like to adopt a resolution, commending Directors Harney and Harpootlian for their dedicated service to Silicon Valley Clean Energy.
So moved.
Thank you. We can take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. And with that, we have some recognition. Very first ones. You've never seen anything like this before. And on the back, on the front, it says Silicon Valley Clean Energy recognizing John Harpootlian and Daniel Harney, respectively, for dedicated service as a board director 2016. And on the back, notably, it says 100% of the energy used in the production of this award was offset through our energy provider's carbon offset program. So.
Yes, but how long was the debate about the logo on the front of it, Mr. Chairman? That's really the question.
And was RPS part of the qualification, and were the electrons of the right sort, and so forth? I don't see Daniel Harney this evening, but perhaps, John, you might join me here, and we'll recognize you before the camera, or cameras as they may be. Is there anybody that might take a picture of us? Somebody.
Take one from your backside. Thank you. Somebody's listening.
Well, we appreciate your city's commitment and your personal commitment to getting this startup almost to launch. We are now, as of this meeting, beginning a countdown to an anticipated launch in April, and it should be a very exciting time. And I'd like to commend you and Daniel for participating and helping us get there. So thank you. And we'll hang on to this, and we'll make sure that that gets to Director Harney. With that, I'd like to move to the consent calendar. We have items 1A through 1F. And I would entertain a motion.
I would like to pull item 1D.
Okay.
And note that in 1C in the agreement, there is a minor typo in the dollar figure on item under compensation to contractor.
Okay. So what would you like to do? You would like to pull 1D and then move the rest of consent with
the correction.
change to 1C. Can you define what that is for us, please?
It says it should read not to exceed 389,000, and it reads 308,900.
Okay.
So it's a minor typo.
Second?
Okay, any comment from staff? If we pass this, are we moving as you intended?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any comment from the public? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Okay, let's then go back to the item you pulled for discussion. This would be 1D.
In 1D, reason I pulled this is I feel like I was, as a board member, I wasn't given enough context, and so that you can do a fair evaluation in terms of how we came up with a 10% employer contribution. I don't have information in terms of how this compares to any other agencies and such. And then, then when I say no context, the context should be looking at the full benefits package. And so I guess I'd like to get a little bit of explanation on how we came up with a 10% employer contribution. And then the other item in this is, as I read this, we're saying it's a 10% employer contribution, and then it reads as if it's a mandatory employee contribution also of 10%?
Yes, that's correct.
Versus something where an employee can decide how much, or on a scale, or based on their own financial situation. So is 10%, I think in some scenarios, is 10% going to be too much of a stretch from an employee having to contribute that much? My only comparison is like if I look at our new employees coming in at my city, it's a 7% employee contribution. And again, I just would like to know how that was looked at.
Sure. The first thing to note is previously we opted to pursue a path other than Social Security or the conventional PERS, and we struck on this as a good compromise. And I don't know if Tom, you want to address the amount.
Yeah, to begin with, I think in order for this to work and for us not to end up in Social Security, the program has to be mandatory. And at a minimum, you would expect that both the employer and the employee will pay an amount equal to or more than what generally you would pay into Social Security. So if you would say Social Security is somewhere around a little over 6% or 6.5%, then initial expectation is both employer and employee will end up putting that much money in. The additional 3.5% really comes in by looking at all what the other agencies are offering. For example, Marin, in addition to Social Security, they offer 10% from the employer, but they don't mandate on the employee to do anything if they don't want to do anything. Peninsula, I believe, got 5% into 401A, and they also have Social Security, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
The folks at Sonoma also offer Social Security and offer, in addition, 4% to 401A. We thought that 10% is a reasonable round average number that we can offer, given the fact that we are not putting any money into Social Security. And we thought that it makes sense in order for the employee to eventually have a reasonable amount of money being put into their retirement account. If we're going to have a matching contribution from the employee, that would be a good thing. And given the fact that we are, in our compensation, are offering probably some of the highest in comparison to all the other agencies, the highest compensation there is, we thought taking 10% out of that is not going to be really a huge takeaway from the employee.
Given that we do have high compensation, base salary schedule and such, and then now amongst the highest in terms of retirement benefit, I still would like to remind us that we are a public agency, and if one was to compensate for the other to try and make sure we have an attractive package, that's one thing, but I I guess I'm not feeling comfortable of having to be higher than everybody else. I'm not sure I'm understanding what that justification is as a public agency, and particularly, you know, as it compares to employees in our own cities and such. So I'm not sure I'm real comfortable about this. But again, you know, you didn't have the data here, didn't show the comps for anybody else either. And what we haven't had as a board is a full view of all the benefits, the full compensation that we're offering employees. So.
I think just to respond, way back when we did the compensation plan for everybody, we did share with the board what the comparable positions are paying in the different agencies, along with all the different benefits that each agency was providing. Still, I believe that 10% from the employer is still a reasonable number relative to what the others are paying if you combine their 401 with the Social Security. For example, Marin is, if you combine the two, they're above 16% that they offer. That's coming from the employer. Peninsula is over 11%. Sonoma is probably around 10% or a little over. We are paying only 10%, but obviously the benefit that the employee gets is they don't have to see a good portion of their money going into Social Security, and eventually probably leading to not much when they try to get that money out.
Other comments? Liz?
Yes, I did have one comment, which is...
Turn your mic on, please.
Is that one working? Thank you. I had one comment, and it's related to the paragraph analysis and discussion on page 1 of 2, bottom, and it references the additional contribution for voluntary 457 as no vested period required, no vesting period required. I didn't see any clarification of the vesting period requirements for the 401. And are we saying that it's vested because it is comparable to Social Security and it would be fully vested if it was Social Security? Or?
I think, I apologize if the language didn't explain this. This program is not, there's no vesting for either 401A or 457. And Greg, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just the way it works from day one. If the money goes in, the money belongs to the employee. They don't have to be there for 5 years or 10 years or any number of years.
Thank you.
Other comments? I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'm actually a fan, so I will make the motion to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, is there more discussion? Howard, go ahead.
So it did come to finance, or our executive committee, whatever we're called this month, several times, and we did send staff back many times to come up with different and or better options and more balanced options. And I think the PARS answer is the best of what would be available for organizations this size. I think being out of Social Security has certain advantages. And I think the economics are, I think they're very well aligned with what's going on in the other agencies. I share the concern, and we bring it up every time we're in executive committee, is we're a public or quasi-public organization, and you know, it's our citizens' money, whether we call them citizens or ratepayers. We still want to have a culture of cost effectiveness and fairness in compensation, and not a lavish system. So somebody's already stolen the term golden spigot. I don't want to be the golden light switch or something. So, but I think this is fair. I think it's good for our employees. And if you note, it also points out in the staff report that we could change this at any time if we felt we needed to. So.
I just wanted to echo that not being in PERS, of course, the agency is going to offer some real long-term savings. I mean, 10% is nothing compared to what all of our cities, I think, are having to put into PERS for all of our employees. So
Right. And
I didn't mean to be addressing just you.
I will support the motion. We have looked at this extensively over 3, 4, or 5 months. at the executive committee. And when we looked at Social Security and the probability of return there and the substantial amount both the employer and the employee put in, we looked at what a typical government agency looks like. We actually think that, were we founding a new government agency or city, we much like this model. We think this is not overly generous, but it's what folks in the private sector might appreciate as well as the public sector, and we are a bit of a crossover. If you look at the fact that these other agencies, Marin, Sonoma, Peninsula, are contributing both deferred compensation toward retirement into plans like this, plus on top of Social Security, I think you might agree that this is prudent. Is there more discussion?
I just want to point out, because I didn't have it in the packet and all, when I went online, I guess I did not see that same information. So I felt that Sonoma was closer to 6% total in terms of retirement. So maybe I wasn't looking at the right place, but...
Well, Social Security will run you more than that, and they are paying Social Security. So
yeah, I didn't see that. So.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you very much. And I appreciate your questions. And, not everybody has spent as much time with this as the executive committee has. So appreciate your raising the questions. And we'll go back then to item 2, executive committee report, which I will give. The executive committee met last week, and in that discussion, we had one sole item, which was my discussion with the members of the executive committee in negotiation with our CEO, and we will be bringing you our recommendation in closed session this evening, furthering the negotiation we've had. So I'll defer any further discussion on that till that portion of the meeting, unless there are any questions from anybody right now in public or any comments from the public. If not, we can move on to number 3, the CEO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to report that your agency now have staff. We have 4 staff members that we brought in the last couple of weeks. I'm going to introduce them one at a time. Andrea Pazzano, she's our board clerk. She's right there. And she's also going to be my assistant. Andrea's focus is going to be supporting you, and will keep our records straight, and of course will provide support to me. She has been actually for the last 6 months when she was working for the city of Sunnyvale. And she actually did clerk for the executive committee for the past 6 months as well. Most recently, she was a senior staff assistant for the city of Sunnyvale, reporting to the environmental program manager. Second one I would like to introduce is account services manager, and Don, I'm sure he's here somewhere. Yeah, he is. You know Don for quite some time. He's been actually working for this agency before I joined in. I'm not too sure for how long, but it must have been a few months at least. Don's focus is going to be on major customers, including customer service and program operation and development. Don got his bachelor degree in engineering and engineering management and a master degree in engineering management from Stanford University.
Which school again?
That one around the corner.
Right.
And he comes to Silicon Valley Clean Energy from joint venture Silicon Valley, where he was the executive director for Smart Energy Enterprise Development. Third, I'd like to introduce is the first of 4 directors that we have planned. Where's Don? Oh, here he is, way back there. Don Eckert is going to be our director for administration and finance. His focus will be on internal operation, including banking, budget oversight, accounting, information technology, and communication system, and human resources. So he's just covering everything that provides support for the agency. Don earned his bachelor degree in business administration from the University of Michigan and master's degree in accounting from the University of Southern California. He also worked in utilities, actually, for quite a few years, and have a very rich background behind him. Don comes to us from Alameda, Contra Costa Transit District, where he's been the finance director for a couple of years. Finally, community outreach specialist, and we got Pam Reynolds. Where's Pam? Here she is. Pam joins us as the community outreach specialist. She focuses on conducting strategic outreach, improve our digital communication tools, and advocate on behalf of the agency. Pamela earned her bachelor degree in political science and drama from the University of California, Irvine. And before she came over here, she was a communication specialist for Prospect, Silicon Valley, where she was responsible for developing messaging, collateral, website, and social media content. All 4 employees came into an office that's almost still empty. We're still adding furniture as we go along. Today, finally, we got Comcast to fiber connect us. So I'm grateful that they all came in with good spirits and managed to work even with the slow internet that we have for the last couple of weeks. And I'm actually thrilled to have them because they are taking quite a bit of workload and giving me a little time to work better on these packets. So, the second thing that I wanted to report on is the City of Los Altos Hills, if you recall, sometime in July wanted to pass a resolution wanting to have their customers and everybody that lived and did business in Los Altos Hills to be opted up into the Green Prime product. They have since thought it over and decided that maybe they want to just do what everybody else is doing in the agency and just default everybody into Green Start, and they're going to look into the city facilities becoming a Green Prime, and I think they're going to be looking into that sometime in January.
If I could just comment on that, I'm absolutely in agreement with what you say, but I just want to add a little bit of a particular.
Please.
When we passed a resolution, we specified approves and authorizes, and we did not absolutely require. So when you came back with 100% carbon free, I had to make first a decision as to whether or not I was authorized by the resolution, and I said no, I'm not. I'm not. It appears as though this is something that basically meets what the goals were, and we did not authorize being. You provided additional requirements and where we would be delayed in the timetable, and I said that this is not something that we authorized, and as mayor, I'm not going to support that, and so we turned back to the committee that it had suggested this in the first place and said what we have is 100% carbon free. Does this meet your goals? And they basically said yes. So it's not so much a matter of backing off; it's a matter that you are very successful in providing something that meets the goals of our committee. So I'd like to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's one last thing that I want to report on. It's not written down. We have 3 new cities that all opted their facilities into Green Prime. The city of Cupertino started it, then followed by the city of Saratoga. And finally, we got the city of Sunnyvale, and I'm sorry, we got Morgan Hill also signed up. That's since last meeting, if I remember correctly. It seems like
4 cities?
I believe so. Cupertino is in, Saratoga is in, and Morgan Hill and Sunnyvale just signed up in the last couple of days. So things are moving fairly quickly, and obviously you started it, and we already mentioned that last time. The city of Campbell is already there, So slowly, it seems like everybody's looking forward to upgrade to Green Prime. We've been talking to the county of Santa Clara. It's tougher. They have really very large load and very dollar figure that they have to look at carefully, and I hope that they do to see if this is something that they would like to do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll end my report.
Thank you so much. And
You said Mountain View wasn't, you didn't mention Mountain View.
Sir, you started the whole thing. You're the one.
Oh, okay, I just, the chair wasn't sure.
wait, so
I
so the
just-
cities again that have opted for Green Prime for their government facilities are.
Let's see. I think the first one that started was City Mountain View. They have not actually approved a staff report to do that. They just said that we're going to budget as if we're going to do that. So I'm taking that as the City Mountain View is there.
Hang on.
Who? Oh, I did, of course. Don just reminded me to mention Campbell.
So Campbell as
So,
well, or
City Mountain View, City of Campbell, City of Sunnyvale, City of Saratoga, not Los Gatos yet, definitely the City of Cupertino and the City of Mountain View, City of Morgan Hill, and we're still waiting on Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. I don't believe Los Altos did it yet.
Los Altos, our environmental commission, just dealt with this subject the other night, and they're ready to make a recommendation to council, so we'll agendize it in January.
Perfect. Looking forward to report on it.
thank you. And could I just ask our new employees to stand up? You brave souls have joined our startup. Could you just stand and be acknowledged here?
Nice.
The 5 of you. Tom, you too. Tom, stand up. You're our new employee too. So thank you all. We appreciate your joining us in this venture. It's been a good ride so far, and we know we all have our work cut out for us, and we're in this together. We appreciate your stepping into our startup and helping make a difference in Silicon Valley.
I have a request of him. A question to him.
Pardon?
So,
There's
Tom-
one question here.
Yeah, Tom, I have a request, actually. Since we're just starting up, and there was a lot of talk about our compensation earlier on through many of the boards, could you just send us a memo and what we're paying our staff to just get us an idea compared to other areas?
I certainly could, and if you don't want to wait for me to send it to you, you can go to the packet that you have,
Today's?
that you've saved them, and it's in the August meeting, and it's
Okay.
item number 5
Okay.
in your packet. You'll see the comparison with all the employees.
Well, no, I don't
benefits,
want to see the
and
range. I
salary.
want to know, so that was the range, but do you have specifics? That's what I was looking for.
It wasn't the range that we got. The one I'm speaking of has a schedule and that compares every positions that we have to the market, and also specifies what the people in other agencies have get paid and and the benefits that they get as well.
Right, no, but I know, but I want to know where our specific pays are in relation to that, so that's where I want to see how we fit within that range.
Sure, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Great. If there's no other comment or question, we'll move on and no comment from the public. Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, which seeks to fix the date and place of our regular meetings for 2017 and beyond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrea will take this one on.
We're proposing that at the February 2018 meeting and beyond, we hold our meetings at the Cupertino Community Hall.
Okay. Do you have rationale or explanation on why we're moving?
I think driving-wise, that it's a little easier to get to for most people. That's why, and very close to our headquarters. It's only 2 miles away.
Mm-hmm. And so we'll have the same video services and everything
Exactly.
that we have.
We actually had our meeting there a couple of times in the
Yes.
past, if you recall. And with one exception for next year is the month of January, we still come to the county. Then February on, we'll go to Cupertino. Hopefully that will be okay with everybody.
I had nothing to do with setting this up, by the way. But I do understand Cupertino charges a bit less than the county for these services, or so I was told by somebody.
Well, I'll make sure that we do now
Yeah.
that you made that point. So.
Okay.
And
That was
Mr.
a commitment, right, Rod?
Yes. Any other comments? Liz?
And I just wanted to confirm, we're going to continue the 7 p.m. starting time.
Yes, that's correct.
How was the Wi-Fi there?
The Wi-Fi works very, very well
Okay.
in Cupertino. The cell services, we have Verizon turning on antennas in the next several weeks, and AT&T is going to stack on top right outside. So for what it's worth, we are working to address our cell phone deficiencies.
Move adoption.
And that's the resolution that's being adopted, which is 2016-14.
Yes.
Good. I have a motion and a second. And Liz?
I just wanted to clarify that there are closed sessions locations available to us in Cupertino
Yes, there
because
are.
we do need that.
Yep. We have a room immediately adjacent to the chamber
Okay.
to which we can adjourn.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comment from the public? I note that the time we're changing to 7 p.m., not 7:30 as well. So
It's always been 7. This is the only exception.
this is the exception. Thank you very much. Okay. We will take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Item 4 passes unanimously. We'll move to... This will be our first meeting in February. Our January meeting will be in this chamber at 7 or 7:30. Any?
7 o'clock. We're back.
7
to
o'clock.
normal time.
Okay. And beginning with our February meeting, it'll be 7 p.m. in Cupertino, where the city council meets, coincidentally. So we can then move on to item 5,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
board treasurer and auditor and secretary.
Yeah, we are asking the board to appoint Don, our new director in charge of finance and administration, Don Eckert, as our new treasurer. The role has been covered by Tim Kirby, who is the finance director now at the city of Sunnyvale for the past 6 months. He was willing, and we thank him for spending the past 6 months being our treasurer. But he did this on an interim basis with the understanding that as soon as we hire a finance director, he will be stepping down. So he is tonight, and we are asking you to appoint Don in his place. We're actually asking that he would be the treasurer and the auditor. I did get a question about whether that's the right thing to do, and should we get a separate auditor. I just want to show you that all the auditing will be done in the same way that you are accustomed to having audits being done in your cities, which is it will be an outside auditor. They will come in once a year and conduct the audit, and they will be following up on everything that all the spendings and everything that the auditors usually do. If you feel that just having the treasurer and auditor be one position that is an employee working for the agency, and you feel maybe we should have Don cover only the treasurer but not the auditor, please indicate so and vote accordingly. However, we are recommending that he will be appointed as the treasurer/auditor, which is something that you can, of course, have the power to do in accordance to the JPA. And Greg, maybe you want to add something.
That is the way it has been typically done with most JPAs, including the CCAs that have been formed, where that position has been combined. And again, it is authorized not only by our agreement, but also by state law.
Well, perhaps you could explain what your intention for board oversight is in appointing the auditor. Is your thought we might have a subcommittee of the board or the executive committee serve in making a selection of auditor and going through the auditor's report? Or what are your thoughts about internal controls with regard to oversight?
What I would do, and I would suggest that you bear with us for a couple more months. What I've asked Don to do over the next 3 months is to put together policies, and we're going to start with policies for the finance side. So when we do that, then we'll be able to create certain policies that will say how the oversight is going to be done on the auditing side, both on the auditing and the finance. Mm-hmm. The second set of policies is going to come in February, and that is likely to be on the IT side. Then finally, the third is going to be on the HR side, coming in the month of March. So he's already started thinking about it. He's already putting together certain policies that he believes make sense, and we'll come back to you in January, February, and March with a number of policies to cover all 3 areas.
I understand that. And I'll just add and let other directors comment. And in my city, we do have one person who's responsible for finance and overseeing the audit function, but there's also an audit committee, and some finance professionals serve on that committee who are not council members, as well as a couple of council members. And I'm sure you'll take what other agencies do and best practices into account in making a recommendation. But I'll let John and others comment here.
When do we start interviewing for an outside CPA firm to do an audit or give us financial statements? Are we required to do those?
Yes.
Yes. So will we be doing that in October then? Or, I mean, starting the process earlier and then?
Yeah, and I can probably ask Don to step down here, because I don't want to step ahead too far ahead of him. And,
okay.
I wanted him to speak to that. Yeah, sure.
Yes, so we would, fiscal year is October, we would probably be starting before the summer, looking at an auditing firm and certainly bringing that to the board.
And then would you bring that to the executive board or to the full board, or recommendations?
Probably full board.
Yeah, full board, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Rob, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Sinks. So I'm thinking about, so first of all, we're talking about outside auditor, which is different than the inside auditor that we're doing here. So far, right now, we only have one finance employee. Can you remind me if we're having more finance employees? When I think of auditor and internal controls, I think of one person doing it and then it being checked by another person. Not I do it one day, I come in the other day, and I now match it against something else. That's maybe some check to it, but not the best. I just think there should be, more than one person looking at things for proper internal controls and audit. So if he were the auditor, I would expect him to have other employees that he's actually checking the work of.
Yeah, yesterday we actually interviewed for administrative analyst position, and that person will be the one that will be doing a lot of the contract review, making sure payments are being made and logging that against the proper contracts, and kind of be the quasi-accounting division of our small group. And that person will be working for Don. We interviewed yesterday. We're conducting a second interview next week, and there will be an offer made before the end of the month. And we still have, if you look at the organization chart, we still have about 4 more people to bring in, and at least, I'll take that back, 3 more people that we're going to bring in. All of them will be reporting to Don and working with him on the numbers. Eventually, there will be an auditor. It will be an outside firm. It will not be an inside firm. I don't believe that we need an auditing division given the small number of employees and the small number of departments that we have. The majority of our work, the majority of our expenses, over 90% of it is going to be in the power supply side, and that is the area that probably takes some specialized work. And for that, I think we definitely need an outside auditor to look into it very carefully.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to suggest we want a bloated bureaucracy, but I do like the idea of, a second set of eyes checking things not the same person checking that has done the initial put together. Thanks.
Howard?
Yeah, I've been through this one quite a lot with a lot of nonprofits and with our city. Just for Rob, it's not checking the work, it's the approval chains so that nothing can get through with a single person's approval, and those structures have to be set up, and we just got the finance guy, and you guys know how that works, and there's a million rules for that. For getting an audit firm, it's traditional, and all of our cities have done this. We do RFPs. Every city actually does RFPs. There's rules as to how long you can keep an auditor for. I would actually recommend that we figure out how to get an RFP out in spring, just because I know how long that process takes. I also think that you have several audit firms that you could look at right away, because each of our cities has employed an audit firm. But I think there's a lot of functions that are going to have to go on in finance and in audit, and I would suggest that we get sort of aggressive and we stand up the audit and finance committee in spring, which means we probably would agendize it in January and February, because you are going to want a committee that deals with budget issues, control issues, and any issues raised or pointed out by the auditor. And I can almost promise you that any audit firm for new organizations can have all kinds of recommendations on internal controls. Some of us have been through this a lot with a lot of different nonprofits, and it's just not always intuitively obvious goodness or badness. I'm the one who sent the mail, probably others did too, complaining about auditor and treasurer being one person, and I think that the title is more that I was reacting to, not necessarily the job function, but I think when you look at all your responsibilities, and some cities take it more than others, we have an auditor, and on our finance committee, I meet with the auditor during the audit, as part of the audit, and as a preview after the audit. He's not exactly like the city employee that we hire and fire is the council, but he's the next closest thing. City manager, city attorney, and the auditors for the city. Just because the auditor has to be independent, even though they're sort of hired by the finance director, right? The auditor really is reporting to us, the board. The auditor is telling us whether our organization is being run financially properly. Anyway, it's a big deal. It's not an area that we want to screw up. I don't know what the power equivalent is of the city of Bell, but we all live in fear of something bad going on. Well, maybe only I do. But I do strongly recommend that we stand up an audit/finance committee pretty early in spring. Not only do we have to deal with the auditor and getting an audit going for our first year, a whole bunch of internal policies and control things, but right around the corner, we have to start and plan the whole budget preparation for the next year's budget. Those things don't just... I know Tom did it in a couple weekends, but when the whole organization's up and running, it's a far more elaborate and complex process that will take a fair amount of time to get rolling. So all this stuff's got to start in spring. So I guess my recommendation is stand up a committee, and I'm less concerned about this title being the same right now. As we get more employees, as we get an auditor on board and we get an audit committee, I've even seen it where a member of the finance/audit committee is considered the auditor, and all they do is oversee the external auditor. So anyway, my comments.
Thank you. Very thoughtful. Liz?
Thank you. My comments won't come as any surprise to any of you or Tom. I look forward to having a policy when we make financial changes, such as we have done this evening. There's quite a bit of money being added to the budget and changing. That whenever we do that in the future, there will be a process where there's a form that says this is where the money is, this is where it's coming from, this is where it's going to, is it an ad, is it a net zero, or whatever. I'm very much looking forward to having a budget and policies that really document what money we have and how each decision tracks that money. And we also talked earlier, following up on previous comments, about having a risk management committee. That may, in fact, be the same as this finance subcommittee, however we want to do that. But we felt when we were doing some contracts last month that that came up, and I thought that was really important. And I agree with the comments about the finance person. It's really an internal auditing check and balance, and then the external auditor will do the nitty-gritty, and we have that process in Campbell as well.
Very good. And comments on this side, Anthony?
I had a simple question, I think, hopefully simple for you, Tom. Can you describe to us the difference between if he is just the treasurer and if he's the treasurer/auditor, like in terms of his job function?
I think he's a treasurer/auditor, but just to make the point again, while he's the finance director for the agency, and in a sense he's keeping the books, a treasurer, in my mind, and the way I've seen the treasurer's function, is that every month they put together all the assets and liabilities and put the reports together, and they bring him to the board, and you'll get a chance to see him month in and month out. And I've talked to Don about it, and we concluded that probably a quarterly report will be more suitable for us at this point. Maybe we'll go into monthly later on. But you will get a report from him. It will be the treasurer's report, something that I'm sure, accustomed to working for being council members for cities. The audit, again, whether you appoint him as an auditor or you don't, either way, we'll be bringing an outside auditor, to look over the books at least on an annual basis and make sure that everything is done in accordance to the policies that you have established. I just want to point one thing out that I think Director Liz brought up, which is the Risk Oversight Committee. And given what I know about this work that we're going to be doing over the next, hopefully, 100 years, the Risk Oversight Committee is considerably more important and should be to you, and it is certainly to me, than any other committee that you may establish. Yes, making sure that the finances are done correctly, but please remember that 90% of our cost is going into power supply, and that is what needs to be looked at it very carefully, and the action that staff will be taking to acquire power and needs to be looked at rigorously by a number of people, not just inside the organization, but outside as well. I assure you that the treasurer's function is, relatively speaking, will be a whole lot easier. Director Howard, I'm with you. We'll do something in the spring, but before we do something in the spring on the finance and the audit, I can assure you that we're going to need to put something together as far as the Risk Oversight Committee for the energy acquisition before then.
I'm just hopeful with all these extra employees, we'll do things in parallel.
So Tom, just to follow up, it sounds like his job won't be different whether the title is auditor or not, because we're going to hire an outside auditor.
Yes.
Okay, that answers my question. Thanks.
Jeannie?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move that we appoint Don Eckhart as the board treasurer/auditor and Andrea Pisano as the board secretary.
Second.
Very good.
And
The staff recommendation had a little bit more in it.
well, it had their job titles and then the board title.
Exactly, okay.
I would accept the motion as written in the staff report.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
The motion and the staff report, yes. Is there any other discussion here?
Just briefly.
Or any other questions or comments from the audience? Seeing none, I'll bring it back up here.
So Tom, did I hear that you will figure out how to get us going on a risk assessment or risk oversight committee?
Yes.
And also a finance/audit committee?
Yes.
Probably in that order.
In that order, yes.
In spring.
But you see them as distinct.
In the winter and the spring, yes.
You see them as really quite distinct things.
Yes, I do.
So
I agree with that. I think they should be separate given the skills and the amount of focus that is going to be needed on the risk committee.
Mm-hmm. Jeannie?
I would like to call. Can you call for the motion? The
Yes.
Vote?
If there's no other discussion, then all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you. And that passes, and we will move on to item number 6, the security agreement between our agency and River City Bank.
Item number 6, Mr. Chairman, is the power supply acquisition. We got a number of contracts and resolutions that we're asking you to approve tonight. And we do have a presentation. I do have with me the people that did a great deal of help to get us to this point. I'm going to introduce them all the way from the far.
Okay, yeah, there's a bunch of
As soon as they sit down,
Yeah,
I'll find
that's
out.
the
The far right, Steve Hall, he's the attorney that worked with us on negotiating all the legal terms in every document that you see attached to this staff report. Next to him is Brian and John, both of them from Pacific Energy Advisors, and they've been working with us since some time ago. And they did all the technical work and all the forecasts and helped a great deal with a lot of the decisions that we've done so far to get to this point. Now, in terms of, and they will be there definitely answer any questions that you guys might have.
And unless there was any confusion, I only read the very first part of this, but this is item 6 is a multi-part
That's correct.
thing. So we're talking about our agreements with River City Bank Control, credits, and also the very important power supply confirmation agreement and the go-ahead. We're talking about a go-ahead to enter into an agreement with these suppliers as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go through that presentation one at
Thank
a
you.
time. I think we're going to go, I think I can do this on my own. Nope. Here we are. If you recall, last meeting, we introduced what we called enabling agreements, or EEIs. I think it's like Edison.
Edison Electric Institute.
Edison Electric Institute. This agreement is used by just about every power supplier as well as end users to transact electricity here on the western United States, definitely in the state of California. And it covers a lot of the provisions that you need to enable the parties to transact without having to go and rehash every detail over. Those agreements were introduced to the board last meeting, and you've approved them all. The agreements were with 6 different companies: Constellation, Shell, Direct Energy, as well as PowerX, 3 Phases, and Morgan Stanley. Now we're moving into the next step of asking for additional approval that we want from the board. One is approval of the confirmation agreement. Basically, these agreements will spell out the quantity, the price, and the credit limits, and a few other things that you probably can see included in the agreements before you. And again, the confirmation agreement will be signed with each and every one of them. I think the packet that you have tonight have 2 different confirmation agreements for PowerX. I don't recall whether they wanted one for each year or they wanted one for each product, but they basically said we want 2 different confirmation agreements, and we said fine. They look pretty much the same, more or less. So we have 6 confirmation agreements. All of them have blanks at this point because none of the contracts, the quantities or the price have been negotiated. Generally, for that to happen, we would get the price, and we're going to get that price tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Let me go through it. Before I go there, let me just mention the other agreements that we're asking you to approve tonight. There are 3 agreements. All of them have to do with the lockbox at River City Bank. One is the security agreement and the account control agreement. Both of them need to approve our agreements between us and the bank to establish the lockbox in which the money coming from PG&E will end up going, and out of it, the suppliers will be able to get their money out before we actually dip into it and to get money out for operating expenses. The last one is an agreement called the intercreditor agreement, and this one will be signed not just by us as well as the bank, but it will also be signed by 3 of the 6 companies, Constellation, Shell, and Direct Energy, all of them are likely to be party to agreements that has to do with the power supply cost. I mean, the market cost, the market power, rather than just playing into the carbon free as well as the power we're going to buy from the folks that I'm totally drawn blank, but renewable energy. So the three companies, PowerX and Three Phases and Morgan Stanley, all of them want to interact only on the renewable and the carbon free, while Constellation, Shell, and Direct want to do all of it, and that's why they are the ones in the lockbox and the others are not.
Can you say that last sentence again?
The reason the PowerX, Three Phases, and Morgan Stanley are not party to the lockbox is that transactions that would be made with them have small dollar amount, only limited to the renewable resources and the carbon free. So they're only working with the additional costs beyond power supply cost, beyond the market cost that we need to pay in order to get from just market power into renewable or carbon free. So the dollar amount with them is going to be less. And I can't, for some reason, get to the next page. Anybody? Any help?
I'm looking here.
Here we are. All right. In terms of background, back in August 15th, we issued the RFP for power supply and scheduling coordination, and we got all the proposals on September 19th. In November last month, we've agreed or approved the scheduling coordination. We brought it to you, and you approved it. And that scheduling coordination agreement is going to be with a company called Z Global. And now they are gearing up to get everything ready to become our scheduling coordinator. And finally, also in November, we brought the EEI agreements, or the enabling agreements, with the 6 suppliers. And tonight, of course, we are asking for the rest of the agreements to be put in place. I'm still having trouble. Can we go to the next page, please? Okay. All right, so what is it that we are asking for? The quantity of the energy that we are acquiring is going to be 100% of our needs in 2017, 100% of our needs in calendar 2018, and 80% of our needs in 2019. The reason you see the last two being in a different color because so far we've seen prices for 2020 and 2021 to be substantially higher. For some reason, the suppliers are putting quite a bit of a premium on forward market prices beyond the next 3 years. I think something about what's going on in the market is spooking them. Besides some of the regulatory mandates that we have, they seem to start in 2020, and so some suppliers are feeling we're going to have to wait until we get closer to 2020 before we price that power appropriately. But for the time being, if somebody wants to buy it, we're just going to put a large premium on it. So we put a little bit of a yellow light in there just to indicate that it is possible that we don't transact in those 2 years, or at least don't transact as much as what we have in mind, which in 2020 is 65% of our needs, and again in 2021 will be 50% of our needs. The product that we're asking for, as we've already talked about more often than not, is 25% of Category 1 renewable, 25% Category 2 renewable, and 50% carbon-free. Can we go to the next page, please? All right, so what process are we going to use? Tonight, provided that you approve of all these documents, all these agreements, at 9 o'clock in the morning, actually at 7:30 in the morning, the gas storage prices, or gas storage condition in the United States will be revealed, and the suppliers will be scrambling around trying to figure out how to respond to that. If the storage is full, then they probably will bring the price down a little bit because they know that the market costs are going to come down. If the storage is been drawn down, then the prices are likely to be higher than they were yesterday. It just brings some volatility into the market. 9 o'clock in the morning, they will price the energy that we are, the energy schedules or the energy quantities that we asked them to price. And sometime between 9 and 11, we will be negotiating with all of them. We hoping that if we don't get them all, at least we'll get 4 or 5 with enough quantities that will keep them all in play for future negotiations. And by 11 o'clock, we would hope that all the emails and the phone calls will be done, and we have quantities and prices with each and every one of them. Then between 11 and 1, we will be signing confirmation agreements that says what we bought and for how much, or what we hedged priced at and for how much, and so on. By 1 o'clock, we likely will be looking at hedging prices for power supply for this agency over the next 5 years to the tune of somewhere between $500 to $600 million. And can we go to the next page? Just a quick. Now, obviously, for you to look at this and approve of all these contracts that I've given you and expect us to do the right thing tomorrow, I would probably sympathize with you if you feel a little taken back. So we put certain parameters here that we want to make sure that you are comfortable with. One, the product that we are buying is 100% carbon-free, as we talked about in the past. The quantities will be as we have defined and shared with you a couple of times already. And finally, the price for the energy over the 5-year period on a per kilowatt-hour basis will be less than 5 cents per kilowatt-hour. That is one parameter, so we would not exceed that no matter what. And that should give you somewhat of a comfort level as to we're not out there just spending freely. And can I get the final page, please? Now, this is a bit of a comparison that I wanted to share with you tonight, and just to kind of take you back into July 14th, that's the time when we submitted the implementation plan to the CPUC, and we shared with you our financials back then, kind of showed you what the financial picture is going to look like. And I wanted to do a comparison between what I know today, what I expect hopefully will happen tomorrow, and what we shared with you 6 months ago. And here's the comparison. It looks like the forecast that we used for the implementation plan was the 2014 forecast. We've done everything that we can do to change that forecast into whatever, is it 216 or is it 215, Brian? The forecast that we have for
2015 is 16.
2015. So we've now using the updated forecast, and it looks like it's a little higher than what we put in for the implementation plan. The service, the opt-outs, we expected going in. We put in 15%. We thought after San Francisco and Peninsula, that 15% is just way too high. Even PG&E said you're just way off. And they said, well, if you put 6-7%, that would still be too much, but that would be more reasonable. What we did is we put in 8% on the residential side to be opting out and 4% on the commercial. If we eventually do what the Peninsula folks have done, so far they're averaging about 2% opt-outs or less. So anyway, we've re-estimated our opt-outs to be about 1/3 of what we thought going in. Direct access, on the other hand, have gone up. Apparently, there's more direct access that was made available for large industrial customers, and since we've got quite a few of them opted in, so that increased from our initial estimate by about 42%. And now, if you look at the net which is the forecast minus minus, we'll end up with our forecast looking about 3.7% higher than what we thought is going to happen back in July. There's resource adequacy capacity, which is basically says this is the amount of capacity that we need to make sure that we have that equals our expected capacity needs plus an additional 15% that we need to carry on, and that every utility has to do in order to make sure that any outages that happens is being covered by the additional capacity that everybody bought into. Operating expenses, we are seeing power supply cost gone down by about 7% from what we estimated back in July. The energy cost, the least energy cost being lower by about 4%. We have other operating expenses estimated about $16 million. That's to pay for the data management, to pay for the staff, to pay for the office, to pay for everything else, basically. And which brings us to total operating expenses cost is down now by about 3.6. Rate information is going the other way. Unfortunately, we are seeing the PG&E rate that they charge, their price has gone down. And of course, if they reduce their price, we have to reduce our because ours is 1% below them. So we bring in our cost, our rates down to the 9.2 level from the 9.4. The PCIA has gone up from what we estimated back then by about 20%, and that's an entirely different topic. I'm sure we are going to all be talking about it sooner or later. And a combination of the squeeze, basically bringing the price down, bringing the PCIA up, bring us down to the point where we are able to only charge about 6.7 cents per kilowatt hour. That will be our rate, which will be PG&E. When you add the PCIA to it, it will be about 1% below that of PG&E's estimated rates. Revenue-wise, that brings our revenue down about $13 million, and a combination and that amounts to about 5% reduction in revenue, and that also reduces net operating revenue from $43 million down to 38. Not as good as we thought it would be, but it's certainly still, this is a net operating revenue after everything is paid off. That money, obviously, if for the first couple of years, will go into reserves to build our capital and to put us on a footing where we can begin to invest in bringing in more renewables, actually have iron in the ground, so to speak. And even though it is down from what we thought it would be, it's still a pretty sizable number that I think will do very well for us. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude my presentation, and I am, as well as John, Brian, and Steve, are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board? I had a couple of questions. The direct access amount has gone up astronomically, but the service area energy forecast has not gone up nearly as much. So that would suggest something's a little bit awry. Were there people who were PG&E customers but had the option of going direct access that have moved to direct access, or what's going on with these two numbers? Service area energy forecast up only 1.2%, but direct access going up 42%, or did we have the math wrong in July?
No, that's correct. We saw a lot of accounts that were on the waiting list, it seems, for the direct access. They were moved over and they were qualified and brought onto direct access, so they switched over from PG&E to a direct access customer during that time.
So
the two don't go together. The increase in consumption and increase in direct access, they don't go together. The direct access customer line up and wait until the CPUC opens the door, sort of, to allow them to take their load into a direct access. And so
is there a cap on total accounts or total load, or what determines when the CPUC opens up more customers for direct access?
So the cap does exist, and it's only opened up when a customer rolls off, then whoever's next on the waiting list moves into that spot. So there's no incremental addition. It's just whoever's lost, someone else new moves into that slot.
So, for example, in our service territory, who's moved into that category in the last 6 months?
I have not done that analysis. Yeah, it would be confidential too from
I see.
data perspective. Yeah.
It would be confidential. I mean, when we looked at our major accounts at a couple board meetings ago, we had noted which customers were direct access and which were not. So isn't that public information?
We should be able to know once we roll into the operation. The point I think that Brian was trying to make earlier, that even though the total amount of direct access is limited, constantly there are customers that drop in off the direct access, and it just happened that because we have a lot of large customers here in this area, and many of them are fairly sophisticated and are doing direct access already for some of the facilities, they already lined up in order to take anything that becomes available. It just happened that many of them end up taking the additional, looks like about 400 gigawatt hours.
Could we expect another change that might be for us negative in this direction 6 months? Or, I mean, this is the biggest surprise to me, this number. In terms of our total load, 300, it's material, right? It's like 8%, 7-8% of the total load in the whole region. Might we see another change like this in the next 6 months, or do we expect it to average out over time, or what?
That's a good question, and probably what we need to do is to examine who's out in line, if that information is available. I don't know if it is. Do we know, Brian or John, if there is a lineup of customers that want to have or want to increase their direct access? And do we have the names of those companies?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that is publicly available. I know that's not information provided by PG&E in this case, but that's a good question. We can look into that, but I'm not sure if that is.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we'll check and get back to you next month.
I would note the staff report from several months ago talked about all the major customers in the region, identified those that were direct access versus customers who had, in fact, opted to become our early customers as of April, and it was a very impressive list. We'd managed to acquire most of the customers that weren't direct access, but I mean, the volatility here is a bit of, well, it's interesting. So I'm just wondering what we might expect going forward on this. And I guess the second question I have regards the PCIA. So is it my understanding, looking at this, that the PCIA has gone up 21% recently?
Yeah, and last year I think it went up nearly 90-some%. So between the 2 years, we're up about 140% from 2 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a partial year ending September 30th, I guess, of 2017. Correct.
So
this is operating for
the increase that we're showing here as of December. That will actually be in effect January 1st of 2017. So the
2017?
The projections that we did in July were based on the 2016 PCIA.
Oh, okay. All right.
Which we know went up from 2015. It's going up again into 2017. So it's not a partial year increase. The PCIA itself only changes on January 1st of each year.
And when did the CPUC approve this increase? Or are we anticipating they're going to approve this increase?
I believe they usually at the end of December, don't they? Or they have approved it already. It's in place unless the CPUC just says you can't do it or you have to go back and redo the numbers. I believe that to be the case.
Got it. But the bottom line here is, if I go to the bottom of the page, the amount of money that we have in excess of expenditures, revenues less expenditures, ends up being, in this model, 38 over the period, and that would be
for calendar year 2018.
The calendar year
2018, yes.
Even though we've now adopted a financial year that's different, but okay. right? So this is partial year because we're not getting going until April, and we haven't enrolled everybody till the end of October.
No, I mean calendar year, not fiscal year. Fiscal year I chose 2018 specifically.
2018,
to get
it's a
away
full
from
year.
Yes, exactly.
Right, it's not next, I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay.
2017 is going to be a partial year. That number
Right.
probably will be in the range of 2020 something for 2017, because 2017 we are only serving partial load.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
would be-
okay. Thank you. Other questions? Anthony?
I have a few, Tom. So the PCIA cited here is the 2017 PCIA, but this is the estimate for 2018. So it could differ with that factor, correct?
Good point.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it seems in your presentation, so the fact that we're approving this potentially this evening and you're finding the prices tomorrow morning, is just coincidental that it happens to be tomorrow, the day after?
No, generally, yeah, once you approve these confirmations, then we're free to go ahead and start locking in prices. We just think it's better to do it now than to wait until January. There's that, at least, and John can probably elaborate, there's always concern in January that we have a cold spell, and the market generally, when you get a cold spell, they just jack up prices. The market moves with the price of natural gas. That's just the way it works. And if you wait until time when sometimes you get a bad week, then you see the prices just jumping up, and it not only jumping up for the month in question that we are buying at, it just carries forward another 3 or 4 years before it stabilizes.
But you described that some natural gas condition is announced tomorrow morning. But is that announced every morning?
No, the natural gas storage, I believe it's a monthly report. Is that correct? Right.
It's a weekly report, so it's doing a kind of look back to the previous week of what was estimated for the storage build or kind of loss in storage due to demand, and so it's kind of a month or a weekly check of a week look back. So that number's released, as Tom said, at 7:30 in the morning, and could dictate if the market comes off or it moves up or
okay.
Settles in. Yeah.
And I guess my last question is, what happens if you get prices tomorrow that are over 5 cents? What's our fallback position? What's the alternative?
We don't transact. I mean, if the bottom line, if we look at all the prices that comes in, given the quantities that we're asking for, and the price comes to more than 5 cents, then we will not transact. We just hold back and wait. Having said that, you know that when we picked the 5 cents, we knew that we need to leave enough cushion, so we're fairly comfortable that that's not going to happen.
Thanks.
Polar vortex and all?
Next to Trump appointment and all? I mean, I don't know. John?
I was just noticing that you have Green Start and Green Prime revenue. Is that indicative of the proportion that you are envisioning either purchasing or supplying? It looks like
yes,
99% is you're anticipating being Green Start.
Yeah, I think that the way we align in the numbers to be 51% at this point in type 1 and type 2 renewables and 49% in large hydro, so that kind of tips things over to account for the fact that the number of customers now are gone Green Prime. And we still have a little bit of a cushion that we can work with between tomorrow and later on.
But you're assuming that there's going to be a very, very small percentage, at least according to revenue.
To begin with, that's the case, yeah, usually.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Rob?
So, Mike, thank you, Chair. I think it's more of a statement. It's probably obvious, but it makes sense to me that if you can come up with a list of companies that have applied or planning to apply for direct access, then maybe we should give that list to Mr. Bray and have him focus on getting those customers before they disappear from the possibility of being customers. I think he's been through most of the very biggest ones, and that would obviously be the most important. Maybe his next most important would be to try to stem the tide of those moving over to direct access, because those will never have, well, no, I shouldn't say never, we have much less chance of getting them anytime soon if they actually do finish converting.
Yeah, our first, I think when we get back to work tomorrow, that we will need to answer that question, which is who else is lined up to go direct access, at least that works in our service territory, and then we probably can start to talk to them about what we need to do in order to keep them.
Good. Any other points? Is there any public comment on this item? Yeah, Bruce.
Hi, Bruce Carney from Carbon Free Mountain View. Speaking to Chair Sink's point about what's going to happen with direct access, there was a bill, Senate Bill 286, in the legislature in the last session that would have expanded direct access substantially. The bill passed in the Senate, passed in the Assembly Committee, and died. It didn't pass the Assembly, so it didn't go to the governor. But I think there's a reasonable chance that a similar bill will be reintroduced, and what its hopes of passage are, I don't know. So I recall at one point that bill said that to go into the expanded direct access pool, you would have to get 100% California eligible renewable power, and then it was amended to 75% or more. So certainly there's something to look at there. With respect to why we now think there's a lot more direct access, I wonder if it might be the fact that in March, Stanford shut down its Cardinal Cogen, recently fired up their big solar farm down south, and they're also getting half of their power now from PG&E instead of all from Cardinal Cogen. That by itself may account for some of the changes that you saw, but I don't know the scale of Stanford's repowering. I share Mr. Yulo's concern that the 2018 projection is using the 2017 PCIA. I was at a meeting, a workshop on the PCI today with James Talea and several others. And as the price of new renewable energy goes down, the PCIA goes up. And as China's absorption of new solar is flattening out, there's an oversupply of solar in the world. And therefore, the prices of solar are coming down around the world. So my projection personally, just winging it, would be to say that we'll see at least another 21% increase in the PCIA in 2018.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? If not, I'll close it and look back here for a motion or further comments.
And the action here would be to adopt the resolution 2016-15, and that both authorizes execution of the confirmations and the agreement with River City Bank.
So moved.
Okay. Other comments? Liz?
So I appreciate the information and that the chart that staff presented, because it puts everything out there, and we know what we're looking at and what we have to deal with. I would like to encourage staff, just as what was suggested by the speaker, that we stop projecting and maybe do some projections more in the way of a range, a high, and where it could go down, so that we can look out a little bit more. So this was a surprise, I think, certainly for me. I don't have a problem with it because we've always known that we were, at this stage of the game, doing big picture numbers and expectations. So I'm fine with that. But it was a good lesson learned on, for me, again, how it changes with the price of solar, because we knew the price of solar was likely to go down. I didn't understand the relationship to the PCI. So things like that. So I think it would be helpful going forward, maybe after these contracts are done or something, we could have an update to this chart, or periodically every 3 months or something, that kind of tracks the range that we see happening and the forecasts. I think it would help the board be more on top of and comfortable when you present the next version of this, where we stand and how we got there.
Yeah, I think you bring a very good point. Generally, most of the forecasts that I've seen and perhaps manage the doing it, most of these forecasts tend to be presenting expected and high and low, and they go probably one standard deviation in each direction. That is something obviously we will need to do when we begin putting our integrated resource plans together, and these are something that we now obligated to do. Will be doing in the future. We haven't done it this time around for obvious reasons. This is our first time around, but eventually we'll do exactly what you're suggesting, Director Les.
I mean, to your point, I think if the CPUC adopted a policy whereby the calculation of the PCIA was made more transparent, we would all have more heads up because we could all take common source data, presumably, and get a better projection before the very end of the year about where things were likely to go.
Yeah, and I will add, PG&E has committed to providing a 5-year forecast of the PCIA. They were supposed to provide that. Actually, they're a little late in releasing that information. It was supposed to come out a couple of months ago. But that'll be very helpful information for planning purposes to see what their own projections say about changes that they anticipate in the PCIA going forward. So we're looking for that, and I think that'll help influence our projections.
And hopefully the CPUC doesn't simply take whatever they have to say for as what the PCI shall become.
No, this is informational only, non-binding, but this was a...
They said they're not going to do it today.
I'm hearing they have backed off of that commitment and they're not going to do it. That's interesting. Okay.
Well, we certainly have regulatory risk and challenges ahead. Thank you.
Yeah,
Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, we just want a quick comment that we will conduct a workshop eventually. We're going to need to talk, just entirely to talk about regulatory and legislative issues that we're facing over the next few years.
I think that would be most important. More discussion? If not, I believe we have a motion. We have a second, correct? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you very much. That's a big deal. Thank you, staff, for all your work on this. Good luck tomorrow. I guess if anybody wants to see a pit in action, you can go to our new offices in Sunnyvale.
Thank you. So all the credit go to these guys over there. They're wonderful to work with.
And by the way, if you haven't been to our new space in Sunnyvale, right there on El Camino, close to Matilda, it's nice. It's looks like a great environment to get great things done. So congratulations on getting that facility up and going.
Early in January, we'll do a housewarming party for sure.
Not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. No.
Thank you. Okay. Very good. Item 7, presentation on customer notification.
Don's taking this on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, directors.
You're not on yet.
Thank you and good evening. We have a major milestone coming up on January 17th, which is when we officially begin sending out our first notices of enrollment to customers. And Misty and I are going to take a few minutes here tonight and take you through the process of noticing, remind you what that's all about. We'll talk about who the notices are going to and provide a draft of the notice so that you can see what's coming. Let me go to the next slide. So by regulation, we need to notice customers a total of 4 times at enrollment, twice in the 2 months immediately preceding enrollment, and twice in the 2 months immediately following enrollment. And again, by regulation, those notices have to say 3 things. They have to inform the customer that they are being enrolled. They have to inform the customer that they have the option of opting out of the service and returning to PG&E. And then they also need to provide the other long-form terms and conditions of SVCE service. So our notices have to include that information. But it's also an opportunity, if you think about this, these notices will be the first time many customers will have heard of us, so it's an opportunity to talk about in brief who Silicon Valley Clean Energy is, what we're all about, that we're of, by, and for the community, that we are providing 100% renewable energy at lower costs, and so forth. The next slide here speaks to noticing. So notices start going out on January 17th. We actually send them out in weekly waves, but the two notices go out in the January-February timeframe. Then there's a brief hiatus period while all our data services catch up. We take stock of who's opted out and who's in, and get the system set up for launch in April. And then the subsequent notices, number 3 and 4, go out late April, May timeframe. And then that process repeats itself for each of the other two phases. As of January 17th, we're going to start sending notices to Phase 1 customers, and Phase 1 includes 45,000 residential customers, and those residential customers across all of the SVCE communities, and they're apportioned by postal carrier code. I'm still not sure I understand what that is, but it allows us to essentially divide all of your various jurisdictions into neighborhoods so that people on the same blocks and so forth will be getting notices, and we're going to attempt to get 20% or so of all of our communities. So the math is still happening there, but that's the process, and it's been done before, and that's what we're doing. All small and medium business accounts are going in this phase. That's another 20,000 or so accounts. The 25 large commercial and industrial customers that enrolled early, very large percentage of our load, also going in Phase 1, and then, as you know, all municipal accounts. So it winds up being a total of 60 to 70,000 accounts, so roughly speaking, a quarter to a third of our overall number of accounts in this phase. A lot needs to be in place even as of January 17th. When we start mailing out notices, customers are going to start interacting with us. So they're going to call our call center, they're going to come to our website looking to see if they can opt up or opt out or learn more about our rates. So right now, the team is working very hard on putting in place many of these operational aspects. We're doing a major update to our website to incorporate these transactional elements. It's going to look quite a bit different in just another couple of weeks. It'll look a lot more like what you'd expect to see supporting a real functioning operation like the one we will have. The next page here, and maybe I'll turn it over to Misty, as she's been leading the charge on this, is a draft of our notice. Would you like to
Yeah,
how we
thank
got
you.
here?
So on the screen, and also I've provided at your seats there, and there's also some in the back for anyone that wants to look at them. This is the draft of our first notification. So this is the one that will go out before anyone is enrolled. We are still currently in production of the second notification, since we don't have to send that out till April. We got a little bit of time, but not too much time. This incorporates a lot of the elements that Don talked about regarding messaging. What we did is we did look at what Sonoma did, what Marin did, and what Peninsula Clean Energy has done. And we were able to kind of see, you know, they've got some opt-out rates and varying opt-out rates based on different methodologies, and we were able to see what they did. This, of course, I printed at in my own office, and we cut it ourselves, so this will actually be on professional paper. You approve the mail and printing vendor. They will use FSC certified paper and use soy-based ink, and they have to actually write that on the notification that it's certified, so that will say that on here. And also the message on here is you're in, green start. We don't want them to think they get this and they have to take action, because they don't have to take action, they're in. That's the main part of the message there. We also have at the bottom, you see the translation into Spanish and Chinese. And this lets them know the exact same thing, they're basically in. And that on the back it has the website under the terms and conditions. So part of our website revamp will have Spanish and Chinese. We're going to be translating some of the main pages, rates, billings, our energy choices. into Spanish and Chinese. Those are the languages that more than 10% of the population speak those languages at home, and so that's why we chose those. Of course, there's also, for any other language that somebody wants to speak, they will have the Google Translate option. I know that's not great, but at least it's something, and then they will have the Spanish and Chinese. And then, as is mandated, we do have to include the terms and conditions, and you will see it's readable, but as terms and conditions usually are, and this has been consistent with what the other CCAs have done also. And these terms and conditions are also available on our website. It'll be Silicon Valley svccleanenergy.org/terms and conditions, and all of that will be spelled out there. As well as if somebody does go to our website to opt out or opt up to Green Prime, those will all be laid out there, and they'll have to say that they read the terms and conditions. I wanted to just take this opportunity to kind of let you know of some of the other communications and outreach activities that we kind of planned for the next year. As you do know, we are currently in the interview process for the Director of Marketing and Public Affairs, and that position, that director will be able to give more of a comprehensive marketing and outreach plan and a pretty format or something. So for now, what I have is this list of things. So I did mention that we will be making enhanced features to our website. We'll be listing rates and billings, and people will be able to look what their energy choices are. And it'll be a lot more customer focused. Right now it's a little more government focused, so it'll be more customer friendly. Of course, we're leveraging our city outreach resources, continue to have our communications working group meetings with public information officers, staff from the different cities. We just had one on Monday, and they've been going really well, trying to figure out what newsletters we should be getting into, what Facebook pages, and all the different resources that the cities have that they can help us get our message out. Continuing with our small and medium business outreach and the direct engagement with the large and industrial customers. We will be looking at, limited targeted paid advertising, perhaps to maybe some of our Chinese and Spanish media, depending on levels of, depending on where we can get other sources without having to pay for it. So maybe we can get some articles in some of the local newspapers, but if we see that we need additional advertising or something in some of those medias, we will have that opportunity. As well as we're committing to having at least one community outreach meeting per community. So we'll be working with your city staff on setting those up. And then as well as just continuing our outreach presentations as needed. So as people invite us to speak at Rotaries and Kiwanis and others throughout the county, we'll be doing those. And that concludes our presentation. Don't forget to join us on social media.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Yes, John.
So when I was looking at the local papers, and I don't know how many communities have it, Mountain View has a local paper called Mountain View Voice. And had you thought of making this as an insert instead of putting an ad into the paper?
That's something we could think about.
Okay. And also, at the very bottom on this flyer here, I was looking at your website, and next to the Chinese it's bigger, and in Spanish it's bigger, but is it the same one that's under English, or does those lines mean the same thing where it says customer privacy policy?
You're talking about the size of the font?
Yeah, right. Are they all mean the same thing? I mean, are they all the three the same thing?
Yeah, so what it says in the Spanish and Chinese is for the information on the terms and conditions, go to these websites.
Okay, but it's not in English.
No, because they're listed here.
Ah, okay. Bach. Okay, thank you.
John?
Are you, I mean, I haven't read this whole thing, but are you saying anything about all of the different rate structures that PG&E has that will be brought forward? I'm thinking in particular of solar and things of that sort. Are those?
So all of that information is going to be included in blinding detail on our website. So there will be a tab on the website called Rates and Billing, and you can go there and you can look at all the commercial rates, every single one of them. You can look at every residential rate. There are a few of those now. You can look at how net metering works and what our net metering program will be as SVCE. So that's being developed and worked into the website now, and you should be able to see that by the next meeting.
will you be able to, with the lawyer's permission, put something in here that kind of gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling, and look at putting something, and to see more detail, go to the website so that they're not left without any information, without having to go further.
So is the suggestion that we make a more specific reference to a location where they can get rate and billing type information?
Well, you've given us, or Tom's given us, a opinion that we will address all of the different pieces of the rate structure that PG&E has, and that we will, I assume we will do that competitively. And can we say something comfortably to that effect? Is that, you understand what I'm talking about?
I think given the fact that there's somewhere around 32 different rates that PG&E publishes for different customers and for different products, if we try to put all that stuff in this little flyer, probably we won't have a whole lot of space to say anything else.
Tom, I think I use the word warm and fuzzy rather than a specific. Can you give something that's kind of vaguely reassuring, but doesn't say of the 32 rates, the following 17 you'll be slightly better, and we don't address the others, or I mean, is there something that you can indicate that says that we will be competitive with all of the different rates, or something like that?
I think we have something in here that says that you're on Green Start, you will have a competitively priced at 1% below PG&E.
I saw that.
Yeah, I think that's what you refer to as warm and fuzzy, right?
No.
Or is something else that?
We have people that, and I'm a little town, so, but I know that I'm going to have a bunch of people that are going to say, how does solar, how's that addressed in this? And I don't know what the answer to that is. Will we address people that are on solar and are
Yeah, in the website we'll definitely have all the various rates that we will be charging, and all the like NEM or net metering rates will be there. What we're offering for solar will be there. Everything that will be that you are, I think, will be on the website. This is going to be just a notification to let customers know that you're going to be our customers starting that date, and you have these options if you want. You can opt up or opt out, and if you want more information, go to our website.
Okay.
Okay, Howard, and then Liz.
A general comment on the noticing. I think that we could spend, I think if I got it right, this one's done. But at some point, I think we could spend some time and go for a reduced word count on some of the terms and conditions. I think there's more words here than are needed, and it's long and hard to read. But I actually had a logistics question, which is, what happens with all my solar customers in my city? They can't be converted to their true-up period. But so, what are they going to get in the mail, and what happens to them?
So I could have mentioned that in the in who's enrolled in phase one. We are going to enroll solar customers. Takes a little explaining. Whose true-up dates were in February, March, or April. In April, and then similar process, and we're actually going to have for ensuing phases. And then we're going to have a phase in January of 2018 for solar customers with true updates in November, December, and January of 2018.
Our phase 4.
Yes, yeah. So phase 4 just for remaining solar customers. And just by way of background, if you're a solar customer and you're converted to SVCE, in middle of your solar year, you lose any credits that you may have earned, any solar credits that you may have earned during the year as of the time that you come over to SVCE. So we want to minimize that, and we're using this process of bucketing solar customers on the basis of their true update to help do that.
Now, solar customers are probably the most acutely aware customers of electricity and how it's produced and how you get it and how you pay for it. This card isn't enough. I mean, are we sending a separate notice to all the solar customers that says, here's what's happening?
We're not. At least that isn't in the current plan.
Those are our greenheads. I mean, those are the guys that are going to be wondering what's going on.
We in the rates and billing information that's on the website, there's a very prominent spot for this kind of information, exactly in terms of how this works and how the solar tariff works and how it's better than PG&E.
Yeah, I think they're just going to want to know when they're going to be converted. And I wouldn't want them to say, I'm already solar, so I need to opt out to be with PG&E. That would be exactly backwards. But you certainly could be misled pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know how many, does somebody know how many solar customers there are in our service area? Let me rephrase that. I know somebody knows, but does anybody in the room know?
Don, didn't I hear you? Wait a minute, didn't I hear you? Okay. I am a solar customer. I think my true up is like in August or September. So if my sub-zip code were in phase 1, are you telling me that I would not be receiving? Are you?
You will not, yes.
Okay, so I will not see this. So my neighbors who don't have solar will all get this, but I will not get it. So the only confusion that I might have is if all my neighbors start talking about this postcard, but I'm not going to be confused about what happens to me and my true up.
Well, you're not going to lose money.
Right.
Or
No.
not lose as much. But no, you're raising a good point here, and maybe we can consider this offline in terms of what we can do to amplify this point that solar customers are going to be enrolled based on their true update.
Well, there's an interesting sort of advocacy thing, too. Again, I think solar customers in general are a little bit energy geeky, and they seem like they would be the most natural advocates for this kind of program. So somehow they knew, hey, good news, it's good for you and it's good for everybody else.
We would probably assume that they also, the savvy customers that usually go to the website to find out what's going on. But I hear you, and I think it's probably would be a good idea for us to have a specific mailer for the solar customers to let them know that there will be a different process to handle their accounts, and try to explain that. I believe we have all the names and addresses of all the named customers, and we should be able to do something more specific with them. But I would like definitely to talk to Don and see how simple of a process that will be, and report again to you next month.
So there's two types of solars. There's solar that own, and then there's solar that have leased the space on the roof and have a purchase agreement with that company. Is this favorable for both of those customers?
It mechanically would work the same way. Now, what the economics are between that customer and their solar company, I'm not sure. But from the PG&E standpoint, it works in a similar fashion.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'd completely agree with Tom. We actually left a little contingency in our mailer budget for exactly this type of scenario where we might have particular customer groups that we might want to address in a unique way. So I think it's a good suggestion, and we can work on it.
Great, thanks.
Liz.
I'm going to beat a dead horse and keep on this topic. Those of us up here have all done campaigns. We know what mailers need to have in them and what works and what doesn't work. And I understand why this is here. It looks a little bit like it was driven by the legal requirement to notify everyone of the terms and conditions. That is a minor aspect to what we need to achieve with our customers. I almost would suggest having a separate mailer on a postcard that does nothing but say, this is what Silicon Valley Clean Energy is, and this is the terms and conditions. The message we need and Director Harpootlian and Miller just covered it. This is, in my humble opinion, is going to cause more problems than it's going to solve. And I don't know what has happened in other places, so this is interesting. But you've got to help. You've got two. I think you have two challenging assumptions. One is that the solar people really are knowing about this, and they're going in. My neighborhood got 7 out of 27 homes. We got 7 new solar systems in the last 2 weeks. It is just growing in leaps and bounds because all these companies know this is happening. I know, but yes, that's true. And the other thing is, certainly in my community, it's an older community. We have a large percentage of population that does not use the internet. And to have people assume that people are going to be able to go to the internet and find the information, I think it's going to cause a great deal of stress. They just aren't going to get it. So I would be very, very cautious about that assumption. So I also noticed that this didn't say anything about 50% renewable. It's just 100% carbon free, and I'm sure that's done for a reason. But I'm worried that this doesn't meet the needs of our people. I am worried that we might need to rethink at least a subsequent mailer.
Director Liz, this is going to be one of 4 mailers that will be 4 notifications that will be sent to each customer, and it is, I won't say identical, but it's very close to the one that the Peninsula Clean Energy have mailed to the customers. They seem to have played a very low-down marketing effort, and so far they're under 2% opt-outs. So the number seems to be in favor of not having a blast of marketing activities to talk about going into Silicon Valley Clean Energy or moving into a different supplier. But to the extent that we have solar customers that need to be looked at differently, as I suggested, that we may just do something that will be more specific to them.
Yeah. I would again point out that the peninsula cities and residents may be different than what we have in Santa Clara County. I'd agree that you don't want to blast it, which adds to confusion. Totally support that approach. We just want to make sure that what we do answers the questions that people have, and we don't make an assumption that people will be able to figure out how to get more information when they don't have access to the internet. So the phone numbers, I think, are going to be really important, and I would recommend that the bottom line on the second page, which is in Spanish and in Chinese, also have a similar size and font of English, and they all have the phone number on it.
That's a great suggestion. More from you? No? I was wondering, I suppose Peninsula is a great model because, like us, they're getting going fairly contemporary with us, and their opt-out rate has been very low. But what was instructive to me with all the solicitations I've had from odd energy company, this and that, private folks that would seek, even in the last 2 weeks, to change my gas service, right? And unbeknownst to me, when I looked up this company on the internet, I found, okay, so they offer you a discount in the beginning, and then they jack prices way up, and it's hard to switch back, and so forth and so on. We know place in here say that, hey, we're a government agency, we're part of local government, and we're working to serve you. There is a suggestion that we're a nonprofit here, but I'm wondering if that was intentional. Do we in local government have a bad reputation, or would it be helpful to differentiate ourselves from the riffraff, if you will, the companies that are always out there seeking to hawk accounts? And what did Peninsula do in this respect? on their collateral that went out pre-launch?
So Peninsula's collateral had less words than this,
Yeah.
and didn't really explain that they're a government agency or nonprofit agency either. That's something we could add. But I mean, I think we were trying to get at that with the part where we serve, homes and businesses in our local community and trying to differentiate ourselves.
So do we have to, with regard to all the words on the back here, the terms and conditions, is this part of the state mandate that we have to put all this jargon up here?
Yes.
Okay. And so the text here is fairly prescribed by law.
Yes.
It can't be shortened in a material way to
This is a
make
little-
space for more informative content.
The latest versions are somewhat shortened, but not appreciably. It's not adding much room.
Through the chair on this point, quick question.
Yes.
How many times?
Four times.
All 4 times?
Yes, all 4 times.
Okay. I think that's important. I'll come back to that, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. But I just want to.
Rod, you asked if it was prescribed by law. I get that the disclosure is described by law, but the exact words are not prescribed by law.
No.
That's correct, but we do need to be very careful that we're very accurate and we're describing what the opt-out option is and what are the general terms and conditions. So that's why.
No, I do get that, but just my lexical parsing of the first paragraph knocked out 11 words. And makes no change to the meaning at all. Again, it's about shortening just to, and I'll hand it if you guys want to look at it. There are a lot of words here that are superfluous that you could shorten. It just makes it easier for people to read. And again, we all have just done mailers, and we know you get 15 seconds on a mailer. And so what is 15 seconds of words? So unless it's really prescribed to the letter by law, this is not written very tightly, and there are those who write for really tight messages, and that's a weird specialty in the world.
So I agree with that point. I agree with Liz's point on wanting to help people with both an internet link to learn more if they're a solar customer or have other questions, or a phone number. I think those are both good points. But I also wondered if it wouldn't make some sense to prepare several different versions of this with somewhat varied information on the front, if nothing else. I mean, the legal stuff is the legal stuff, and I agree it ought to be collapsed to the extent possible. But I'm wondering if we ought to test this with some focus group or two that would let us see, are we getting our message across to folks who have no cognizance of us but are likely to be our customers? Do we have time to do that?
I was just going to say that we need to start sending these notices in second week of January, somewhere around January 15th.
Oh, great.
The first set is going to go out then.
So we have between Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah, exactly. So I think at this point we want to take your comments. We want to listen the number of words on this notification. We'll try to get a little bit more targeted. We will add a line that says the same words in English with a phone number to go with it. I got all those comments, and we will fix the flyer accordingly, but we certainly don't have enough time anymore to go and redo this flyer completely.
Yeah, I figured the first flyer had to already be done if it was going out in January. But
Okay. I had one final question, and that is on our website, where if people are interested, so you're really going to give me a deal, whether it's solar or anything else, are we doing a side-by-side rate comparison?
Yes.
So here's what you would, if you opt out and you go back to PG&E, you can see for whatever rate schedule you're interested in.
Yeah, it's very, very clear. It's
Okay.
And it decomposes the rate, not very much, but enough so that you can see the basic elements of it, and it shows Green Start, Green Prime, and PG&E by breakout.
And I know you probably aren't ready to tell us quite yet, but for Green Prime, what premium should folks be expecting to pay?
Tom might box me here, but it's likely to be about 0.9 cents.
Okay.
9/10 of a cent, so less than 1 penny per kilowatt hour.
All right. Thank you. So I'll go to more questions. I saw Jeannie's had her light on for a while.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll go. So I guess a couple of things. One is, colleagues, I think what we're doing is we're looking at this as if this were a program that people had to opt into versus recognizing it's something that people opt out of. And because Supervisor Smidian is a member of our board here, I'm going to use him as an example where, we get these mailers that says he's having his sidewalk hours. And, it's one of those things that's it's in with everything else, and at some point it just kind of gets tossed off to the side, okay? So I guess...
I am crushed to hear that, but...
I know.
That's what happened with your campaign mail, too.
Well, but at least you don't send them out, like 4 in a row here. This is more like the campaign thing. And so, I think we need to kind of, I'm concerned we're a little bit overanalyzing this. So because of that, if you think about it and you think about all the mail that you get, for a lot of households, this is going to get into a recycle pile. Okay, it's just going to be sorted out as you're walking back to your house from the mailbox. But I just had a couple of comments. If this hasn't gone to print, I'm not sure why we lowered the font size. Under the you're in, and I would almost prefer to say you are in than instead of you're in. But anyway, I don't know why we reduced the font size, and having the website on there I think is great, but maybe it's more positive little visit us at. But the other thing I was going to say, which I think is in a little ways more important, is when you look at all of this, some of it we can't do everything in the mailer. And to the chair's point about who the heck is Silicon Valley, when I get this in the mail and I do notice it, how do I know this is not Liz's electricity? Who the heck is this? And we can't put all this stuff on the mailer. I just don't see that as being practical. But I think what's really more important is when we look at the outreach activities in terms of articles in the local media sources and community outreach, I think we really need to be looking at exactly when are we doing those things. Because the first mailer can go out before some of this, but before we get to that second mailer, it seems to me we need to do something, and I think the cities and all need to participate or help make that happen. So maybe, if I did notice this in my mailbox, then I get an announcement about a community meeting or something, I'm now going to say, oh, I remember getting that in my mailbox. Now I want to go to that meeting to get more information. But somehow I think we have to connect it that way and not relying on mail pieces, particularly coming off of a campaign season where we've got inundated with mailers. So I would like to see, an understanding in terms of, do we have a timeline for this? Where do the trying to get the local media, I think about Measure B, Carl Gordino, going to every city's local paper, scheduling time and doing an interview so that our articles were done in a timely fashion. But do we have a tight schedule on that? Or can you guys consider it? I don't need to see it personally, but can we consider tightening up those things as it pertains to when these mailers go out? To have those meetings after mailer 4 won't do any good. As close after maybe mailer 1, if we can narrow down where we do our community meetings, because we know what sub-zip code you're doing, those kinds of things will help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, letters to the editor and these sorts of things too, right? If we can't get articles, we'll have to write our own.
Misty, I apologize. I know how fun it is to have 16 people editing on the fly here. There is two comments at least. One is I think the question of our legitimacy and that we're not Liz's electric company is true. And so on the back where it has our names, the city names, maybe it could say the county of Santa Clara along with the cities of, like that. So it actually says it's not, this just has the name of the city. It doesn't really say the city of, so it doesn't, these just could be the cities that we're serving, not that it's from the city. That's one step that could be done easily. But my
Authorized by, yeah.
my larger concern is that to me we have three key messages. One is that we're greener. Two is that we're cheaper. Three is that we're as reliable as PG&E because PG&E is still delivering the power. And that third message is not on here, which is a concern to me.
Great point.
Alludes to it a little bit when it says you can also opt out to remain entirely with PG&E. So that just raises a question. If I don't know how this works, that raises a question in my mind. So if there could be a sentence added above that saying, Green Start and Green Prime customers are still delivered and billed by PG&E. So just maybe to get that reliability in there, because I think that is a key message that we have that isn't covered here yet. And I apologize because I know that just makes more work and you have a tight timeline. But.
No, I think all these comments are helpful. John, and then I'm going back over to the left side.
When I look at this and I hear, well, only 2% were opting out, I'm wondering if it's because they just take these and they throw them in the recycle, so they don't even know that they had the option, and they probably don't even know that they were changed from PG&E to our source of power. So, I mean, when I look at this and say, gee, maybe we don't want to change this because we don't want them to start reading it. So I don't know, for better or for worse, that was my first comment. The second comment is, if I got this and I wanted to hand it to my wife, the first thing I would do is I would highlight sections of it that I wanted her to read. Because when I look at the back and I say, gee, is there somebody I want to call? Well, gee, the phone number is on the 7th line, in small print. And so if I asked her to call a number, I would just mark it there. I mean, to me, this is in so many ways, it's just not very friendly. And you might just look at this as something that you picked up in the mail, and you say, do I want to read this or not? And I suspect a lot of people don't. Thank you.
Okay, and I know, Joe, you were waiting a while to speak. Are you?
I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments real quickly.
Yeah.
The materials in our packet reference the fact that the 4 notifications are required pursuant to state law. Yes?
Yes.
Does the state law prescribe the font size? Sometimes that's a requirement, sometimes it is not.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay. I understand that there's some flexibility on the language, but does state law provide a safe harbor if we use this language, meaning if we use this language we know it's good, or alternatively, have others used language that is either identical or so substantially similar and not had a problem, so we know it's good?
Yeah, we fashioned the terms and conditions on Sonoma and Peninsula Clean Energies and modified it for us.
There is no safe harbor language, so that we don't have the benefit of that like some statutes provide. But it is more a question of relying upon what others have done that have been successful without having complaints or problems with how the notice went out.
And how long ago did those go out? So I'm trying to...
The Peninsula just happened 6 months ago, and they're going to start again in January for their April rollout.
And MCE had 100,000 customer rollout to additional parts of Napa and Contra Costa County in September as well.
Okay, what I'm looking for is something that is as long ago as possible, so that I know that with all of the time that has passed, there still hasn't been a complaint or a problem. So I'm saying, so I'm looking for sort of not what's most current, but in fact what has been in place for so long without a complaint that we can say, if we're using that language, we're probably bulletproof, which I think is our goal.
Well, Sonoma, I believe, is duplicating some of what they've done already a couple of years back. So, and we haven't heard from them that has been a problem.
Okay. Then just that's helpful for me to know in terms of why we ended up with the disclaimer language we've got. The notification, It has to be by mail, yes.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Right, yes.
The four customer notifications.
It's 4 times, it needs to be by mail, and it needs to be 4 times, twice before and twice after rollout.
And the notification goes to their billing address.
That's what I would assume. Yeah. Okay. Then I do think just sort of one member's not tested seat of the pants review. I do think that the key phrase is 100% carbon-free electricity at lower rates than PG&E. I think because we all care about this, because the people who are here care about this, because the people we've interacted care about this, I think we are imputing to most folks who have busy and challenging lives way more interest in this topic than they're likely to have. I think Sam and Sarah Citizen get up, they're trying to make the rent, they're trying to get their kids off to school, they're trying to, find the dog. Given the opt-out, which was described, I really do think, I'm asking myself, why would we advertise? If there are 4 notifications that are required, and there's an opt-out provision, and if 2% is the norm, which certainly is something we could live with, that we would think that was a happy outcome, I think, then, we want to provide what's legally required because we have to, and we want to communicate in a way that's honest because we're a public body or quasi-public body, and I hope all have that obligation, embedded in our way of doing business. But after that, it's not clear to me what the goal is, because we don't need people to love us. We don't need people to share our enthusiasm. I have it, you have it. That's great. But if the goal is to get up and running, then let's send the 4 notifications. If I'm a regular member of the public and it's like, okay, don't have to do anything, it's going to be 100% carbon free and it's going to cost me less, that's about as much as I want to know, I think. I do think there's value in communicating clearly that this is a public enterprise. So I don't even think authorized by, and I don't want to wordsmith it right here now, but saying something to the effect that Silicon Valley Clean Energy is community energy brought to you by the communities of. Okay, well that's warm and fuzzy enough for me. It's accurate, and it also says it's not, all due respect, Liz's electricity company. So those are just some of my thoughts. But I think if it's opt out, do the notices, make sure we're straight up with people, but let's not make it overly complicated. And I'd say stay focused on that core message. And if people don't want to read the fine print, that's their prerogative.
Good. Rob?
Thank you, Chair. Just to give my 2 cents maybe quickly. As I listened to it, I kept looking through here thinking, well, what more information do you really want on the back that's not too dense? I think I'm agreeing with Director Samiti and a lot of what he just said. Your message is on the front. I don't think I'd mess with the back, because the back is really for the geeky people that really want to read and understand a lot more. I don't think you're going to get somebody that needs to quickly find some information on the back. So the message on the front is pretty good the way it is. Possibly we add what Tony mentioned or Director Samiti, but I wouldn't add much more to the front. And the last issue, I think, and we have our website on the front. So the last issue is the telephone number, and I do count it 3 times on the back. It's just not big. And I'm recently a new business owner, and I've been dealing with tons of vendors, and I find almost all of them have this methodology that you only get to talk to a person after you've tried to find the information in a lot of other places, because obviously talking to people costs money. So the question we need to ask is, do we really want people to call us, or do we want to try to get them to go to the website first and learn what they need? And because if we're really trying to put the phone number in big numbers and they don't even big letters, numbers, they don't even try to go to the website first, we're going to get a lot of calls and it's going to cost us a lot of money. So in terms of the phone number, we need to decide what is it do we really want to spend that money on making sure people call and talk to us. And I think it goes back to, again, what Director Smitty and I think Director Bruins were saying, that we're not really trying to sell something. People don't have to make a buy decision to actually go do something when they read this, because it's an opt-out, not an opt-in program. So my thoughts.
One point I would make is that our call center does have an IVR in front of it, so they will go through a list of additional information that they can get in an automated way, including who SVCE is, the ability to opt up, to opt out, and so forth. And at any point they can hit 0, or I can't remember what the number is, to get to a live person, but there is at least that level of separation between a live person and the customer.
And if I may, just on that point, don't we? The call center starts when?
It's got to be up and functioning by mid-January when the mailers go out. Yeah.
And it's 24/7 for a year.
What is our time? 7 to 7?
No, I think it's.
What's the timing on the call center?
It's
24/7.
It's 24/7, 5 days a week, as I recall, because we talked about that, right? And so it's available to have people call. We've already paid for it.
Okay, and Jeannie.
Yeah, so I agree, and I like the way Director Smithian phrased that. I think the important thing should stay on that front as well, but if you are putting the cities and some phrasing in terms of, brought to you by, consider moving it into the white space on the back if you can't put it to the front. But the piece of information, again, I agree with 100% carbon-free electricity at lower rates than PG&E is an eye-catcher you need. To me, there's one more that's on this already. When? And so when I asked about why we reduced the font size, it's that April 2017 answers my question of when, and I think that's kind of important. So I don't know if that's worthy of making it bold or, get the font size back up for that. But that would be the other piece of information for me that I would want to know.
So if directors or members of the public have suggestions past this board meeting, who might we direct those comments to?
Please email them to Don. I think this item was brought to you for discussion only, so we're
Yes.
not seeking approval. What we will do is take all that input that you have given us and distill it down to the few that we can actually put into this flyer and make the changes necessary. And we will email it to you before we start actually mailing it to everybody. But there will be no time between now and the next meeting to actually come back to you with an update, so to speak. The next one is going to be just going straight to the customer. But we will make sure that we email it to you before we'll go ahead and start before we start mailing it to the customer. And if you can have any input at that point, you can let us know.
There are 3 additional mailings as well. A lot of this input has been really helpful from that perspective. We can incorporate some of these different ideas into mailings 2, 3, and 4, and I'm sure the whole thing is going to be improved as we move through the phases. So, very helpful input.
Thank you all. If there's no more comment and none from the public, we do have some from the public. I believe Bruce is back.
Yes. Thanks for the opportunity to comment again. I have several comments. First of which is that, 60 days after January 17th is March 16th, which is surprisingly early. So perhaps someone can talk about how March 16th start date plays against an April start. Yes, we solar owners are really, really geeky about energy. There are 5,000 to 10,000 solar homes in the part of the county that you will be serving. I do believe they should get a separate postcard explaining the good news that they're about to get 1 cent more per kilowatt hour for their production and all sorts of other things. Because when we went to the outreach meetings back in October, November, solar people were the ones who showed up, and they all had questions about what's happening to me. And by the way, PG&E will not provide 100% greenhouse gas-free electricity if you're a solar customer. They will if you don't have solar. So that will be good news. There's a serious discrepancy between the front of the postcard's claim and the back of the postcard's claim. So the back of the postcard, if I can pull it out here, says it's our something to the effect, it's our intention to have comparable rates, but the front said will be cheaper. You know, did the lawyers get to the back but not to the front? Because these are not saying the same thing. That needs to be changed. And in fact, if you ask most people in this county what's more important, cheaper electricity or more renewable energy, they will say cheaper. So I think cheaper is the lead that should not be buried. So figuring out how to do that is critical. It was mentioned that if you were a solar customer whose true-up was in April, I believe, that you would be in the first enrollment. But if I'm being enrolled on March 16th, it may miss my true-up. So I'd really like somebody to look at very carefully when exactly the cuts over properly. Because as I heard it, it sounded like you were 1 month off. I talked to Dan Lieberman, who is the marketing director for PCE. He said his current opt-out is 1%, but that was after the 2 pre-enrollments and only the first post-enrollment, so the rate may go up, but probably not very much. Every CCE that's been rolled out has had a lower opt-out rate than the one that came before, so I respect the safe harbor issues that Mr. Simidian brought up, but maybe Marin did something wrong to get a 15% opt-out rate that San Francisco Clean Power and Lancaster did to have much, much lower opt-out rates. I would tend to follow whatever PCE did, since they're local and similar to us. And the phrase electricity service on the front of the postcard sort of grates on my ear because we're not providing a service so much as we're providing a source of supply that's greener. The service is from good old PG&E, and that was Mr. Ullo's third point, and I don't think that should be ignored. Thank you.
Wonderful comments. Anybody else? Great. Don, could we have your email address for...
don.bray, B-R-A-Y, at svcleanenergy.org.
Okay, don.bray@svcleanenergy.org.
Right.
Should anybody have comments, and they'll have to get to you quickly to influence the outcome here.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. If there's no objection, I believe we can move to the next item. The next item is closed session, so I think we can adjourn and give people 5 minutes to move
So,
down.
Rod,
to room
before we leave,
157.
can we arrange it so we can adjourn the whole meeting from there so that we don't have to come back here, or do we have to come back here?
We'll need to come back to here.
Okay.
Yes. And we also
Okay.
may have action to take place after the closed session is finished.
Is there anybody from the public that wants to speak on the closed session item? Seeing none, we will take a 5-minute break and convene immediately thereafter at room 157, which is, I believe, downstairs. No, it's right here. All right. Thank you. Somebody knows what they're doing here.
Thank you. I do second everything that you said about the notifications. Oh, no worries. I hope you feel better.
I make a motion that we adjourn immediately and reconvene in 2 months. Thank you.
No,
Other than John, is everybody else expected?
okay, I don't have a second on that motion, so do you have a different motion, Mr. McAllister? We have a quorum. What happened to Rennie?
Oh, there's Ginny, and Rob. And our attorney, they're figuring out the wording. Doing some wording.
Oh, good grief. I'd like to reconvene the meeting.
Okay.
All right.
So the board is back in open session, and directions were given with respect to the contract that is on your agenda as the last item on the agenda.
Thank you.
And I will now just walk the board through those directions, and then there'll need to be a formal vote on the agreement. So in terms of the changes here, there would be one change to the salary provision, which is Section 5 of the agreement, and replace the last sentence. Right now, the last sentence says, employee salary may be adjusted periodically to reflect cost of increases and merit increases. It would now say that as part of the annual performance evaluation in 2017 and thereafter, the board will give consideration to an increase in compensation. And the change here, therefore, the purpose of that change is to, rather than leave it open that periodically compensation may be changed, it now says that each time you do the annual evaluation, you will give consideration to a change in compensation, but there's no commitment one way or the other. It's just that you'll give consideration to it at that point in time. And that would be as part of the annual performance evaluation. Then on the bonus provision, the change here will be in the middle of Section 7. It says employees shall receive a performance bonus, and it will now say in the amount of $6,000 paid by December 31, 2016, and in an amount of $6,000 30 days after SVCE commences electricity service to its customers. And the last
To first customers or initial customers?
I think just by saying two customers means whenever first customer is served, then that means that triggers the 30-day time frame for paying the bonus, which would happen 30 days after that commencement. And then the last sentence stays in place, and that provides for that the employee may direct up to $6,000 of the total bonus to be paid into the 457 deferred compensation plan. And there is one other change here in terms of the in lieu payment under Section 8, it now just refers to a $12,000 payment per year to the 457 deferred compensation plan in lieu of medical coverage. The direction of the board was to make that consistent with the existing benefits paid to employees, but with one exception. That current benefit doesn't provide for the payment into a 457 plan. So your direction was simply for me to conform the language here to say that it'd be $1,000 per month may be paid into, it could be a flexible benefit plan, or in the case of the CEO, it also could be paid into the deferred compensation plan as directed by the employee.
Yes.
And that should be the changes to what's in your packet. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, were you also going to change the language in B, federal holidays, the holidays thing, to also conform to the employee thing or not?
If that's fine, we can, yeah, I can make that change.
I would ask for that friendly amendment.
And that is which section?
That was under benefits, item B, 8B.
Yeah, 8B.
8B, right now it says that it's federal holidays, and I think because we have the employees' schedule for holidays, I think Tom's entitled to the exact same ones, and I think it's easier to just align it with that type of a language.
Yes.
Yep.
I think that would. Okay. I think we're prepared for a motion consistent with the specifics that our attorneys outlined.
And the only thing I would ask to that is just when I read this tomorrow morning, if there's just some word changes here or there, that I'd have the authorization to change them more precisely just to conform to the direction I have received from you tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, John.
Sir, I'd like to make a motion that, I'm normally reading it, but I'd like to make a motion per staff attorney and his amendments to the employee contract.
Second. Good timing. We've done that twice now.
Wonderful. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that,
Yes, we got that.
we had, Jeannie was a no, and the rest were yes, and there were no abstentions. Thank you. Okay, good point. Unless there's other reports or anything else, I believe we.
I have an ask, real quick. Normally, we on our agenda we have board member announcements, but I think what I'd like to see is, can we put on here a standing agenda item that would be future agenda items or directions from the board? Because what I'm finding is that we're spending a lot of time giving for future agenda items during each of the other items, and I think if we could put that at the end, that would probably be more beneficial, and particularly for effective meeting management.
Is there something you'd like to have us consider?
Well, the ones that came up earlier in terms of, the ones I would have on here is we had discussion about committees or advisory bodies, and so I would actually ask that staff should come back with proposal in terms of what committees or advisory bodies are needed and when. So proposals for that. I think we all have our own opinions, but I call that micromanaging. So I would say if we could have the CEO come back with that information. And then I think the other thing, that was the only one that I caught for a future agenda item.
Are there any other board member general announcements or comments? Rob.
So I would just want to report, I mentioned before, upcoming Director Gibbons and I and Ms. Murchich presented at the League of Women Voters, and then afterwards, Misty's easier to say, Misty and I improved the presentation, and then the two of us tag team giving it at the Kiwanis Club in Los Gatos, and I've got scheduled the afternoon Rotary Club the week after Christmas to give it, and I'm starting to see if I can give it at maybe Rotary clubs in other cities. If there's no objections, I started inquiring about Cupertino, and I'd maybe look into Saratoga also.
I think we'd probably love to get it in Saratoga if you're willing to do it.
Yeah, so I'm getting lots of practice, and Misty is joining me when she can, and I think our new specialist, Pam, was going to join also as Misty phases out.
So I'll just have them reach out to you. Is that okay?
Yes,
Thank you.
sure,
That'd be
great.
great.
Are there any other board comments?
I have one.
Yes.
Happy holidays to everybody. Have a safe one.
Thank you very much.
See you
Appreciate
next year.
that. And with that, we stand adjourned until January. Thank you. Good luck tomorrow. Today.